Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Nutrition Leadership Network meeting 2021, Moving Forward Together. Very happy to see everyone here. I think we'll have others be joining us as the time goes forward. My name is Dina Herman, and I'm the PI of our this leadership training program that's supported by MCHB and HRSA, and will be your host for today and the days that follow. Together with my faculty partners, most of whom are here, we are at the Colorado State University, University of Hawaii at Manoa, Oregon Health Sciences University, and University of Washington in Seattle, as well as our collaborators at UC Berkeley and Arizona State University. We would like to welcome you all to our meeting today. Sorry, I'm also admitting people while I'm talking, so if I look a little confused, that's what's going on. We have a really rich agenda for you today, and I just wanted to go briefly over some ground rules for us, and if you have others to add, I'll be happy to hear those. First of all, if you could rename yourselves, as you can see here in mine, I have my name. I'd like, if you could do that, put your name, the state where you're from, then if you're an NLN member or trainee, and then your pronouns if you choose. That would be great. That way when we're in the breakout rooms, we can kind of recognize who's there. Also, if you are not speaking today, I would ask that you please mute your mic. And when you are speaking, remember to unmute your mic. Also, there's a chat function here. We are very lucky to have Cherie Shelton helping us. She's a trainee at University of Hawaii, Manoa, and she will be fielding your questions and helping us bring those into discussion. So please use the chat room actively. And finally, I believe my trainee is here somewhere, but when she comes, we have an Instagram page, and that is set up for you to, oh, she just posted it for us. So that's in the chat right now. We encourage you to go there, thank you, Alia, to interact with folks. So I know we have some new people here to the group, and we definitely want you to be able to interact with each other, form relationships, and share. And that will be one way that we can do that. For those of you who have given us your intro videos, they are posted at the Instagram site. So I encourage you to go there and say hello to everyone and have conversation outside the conference as well. So I'll just ask, are there any questions, or do you have other ground rules that you'd like for us to observe as we go forward today? If not, I'm going to turn this over to my co-facilitator, Monica Esquivel, also University of Hawaii at Manoa, to take us forward on our agenda. Thank you, Monica.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. This is also my first NLN, so I'm very excited for what we have in store today. So just a brief overview of kind of how the day will go with our presenters. We have 3 presenters today. Each of them will present for 20 minutes, and then we're going to have a 20-minute breakout room. Each breakout room will have their own Jamboard, and we'll share those links in the chat coming up. And in those small groups, we have some little a discussion question for you to kind of digest what the presenter shared and consider how you might, apply those findings and what you've learned into your settings wherever you are. And then we'll have, for the last 20 minutes, everyone will come back together and share some highlights from your breakout room. So we'll do that for each presenter for today, and we'll share more with the Jamboards, and we'll be here to help support if those are new to you, but find them pretty fun and interactive. And so for our first presenter today, we have Jamie Stang. So Dr. Jamie Stang is an associate professor in the Division of Epidemiology and Community Health at the University of Minnesota School of Public Health. She also serves on the graduate faculties of Maternal and Child Health and Nutrition Science at the University of Minnesota. Jamie is the director of the Leadership Education and Training Program in Maternal and Child Health Nutrition and the MCH Center for Excellence at the University of Hawaii of University of Minnesota. Both of these training centers are funded by HRSA, MCHB. Dr. Stang is also the director of the National Maternal, Infant, and Nutrition Course, a CE program devoted specifically to pregnant and postpartum women, infants, and early childhood, with a focus on social determinants of health and nutrition. Jamie was a member of the 2020 U.S. Dietary Guidelines for Americans Committee, serving on the Pregnancy and Lactation and Data Analysis and Food Pattern Modeling subcommittees. Prior to that, she served as a member of the Pregnancy Technical Expert Committee for the Dietary Guidelines, as well as the Committee for the National Academy of Medicine workshop on the current understanding of pre-pregnancy weight, gestational weight gain, and impacts of maternal and child health, a workshop. Dr. Stang's research interests include the role of nutrition in the prevention of poor maternal fetal outcomes and in the prevention of obesity, risk factors during early childhood, utilizing a positive deviance framework. All of her work is completed with a focus on social determinants of health and nutrition and targets marginalized, underserved, and/or rural MCH populations. She's been an active member of many professional organizations, including the Association of State Public Health Nutritionists, the Commission on Dietetic Registration, and the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. In her spare time, Jamie is a master gardener who focuses on vegetable gardening, home preservation, and habitat restoration for waterfowl and wildlife. So it's with a great honor I introduce her, and I turn it over to you, Jamie. Thanks.
Thanks, Monica. So I'm going to try sharing my screen, and I'd appreciate a thumbs up when if it shows up. So let's do this. Okay, it's looking good. All right, thanks. So today I'm going to be the first of 3 speakers talking about the Dietary Guidelines for Americans. And I'm going to be talking more about the process and just providing a little bit of an overview in terms of what the scientific committee, what the background committee did, and then a little bit about the dietary guidelines themselves. So I'll start out with a general overview of the dietary guidelines process. And just to sort of put everybody on the same page, the dietary guidelines serve as the cornerstone for almost all of the federal nutrition programs and policies. And it really, they come out of an act from 1990 looking at the evidence and the fact that these will be, this evidence will be examined every 5 years. And so historically, the dietary guidelines for Americans have been applicable to individuals 2 years and older. And in 2014, as part of the Farm Bill, it was actually mandated that they add infants and toddlers, as well as women who are pregnant and lactating. And so that was too quick to make it into the 2015 guidelines, but it did pave the way for it to be included in the 2020 guidelines. So just a little bit of background that the Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee is formed under FACA, and it is actually considered to be an independent science-based advice and recommendation group. We don't actually write the dietary guidelines as part of the advisory committee. We actually are the sort of science behind the guidelines. We make recommendations to the USDA and the HHS, and then they actually take or don't take those recommendations and turn them into the final guidelines. And so just as a reminder that this is kind of the basic overview. I will be talking a little bit more about the 2020 process in particular in a minute. So in terms of the process for our specific group, we actually first review the scientific evidence out there, and then that is posted for comment and for federal review. Then the USDA and HHS staff actually take that evidence, turn it into a set of dietary guidelines, and so they are actually released a bit later. So here's the information specific to the 2020 process. In 2018, the USDA and HHS, and this time around it was actually the USDA was the lead agency, posted topics and questions. It was posted for 30 days. They had more than 12,000 comments. And so in September of 2018, they issued a public call for nominations. In 2019, we had our first meeting in March in DC where we were sworn in as members of the committee. And we started about a 15-month process of going through the evidence and making recommendations from that. This was one of the, I think it was the second time that they actually held one of the public meetings outside of Washington, DC. We met in Houston in 2020. And then COVID hit, so we actually met virtually after that. We had a final report ready in the middle of June that was sent off to USDA and HHS. And then in December of 2020, the final dietary guidelines were issued by the federal agencies. And so the way that the advisory committee works is they actually break you into subcommittees and a cross-cutting work group. So there were 6 subcommittees that were responsible for reviewing different types of evidence. This was the first time that they had specific committees or subcommittees for pregnancy and lactation, and then one for birth to 24 months. There was also a committee on dietary patterns, one specific to beverages and added sugars, a 5th subcommittee on dietary fats and seafood, a 6th subcommittee on frequency of eating, and then there was a group that I was really lucky to be part of that was considered cross-cutting, and that's the data analysis and food pattern modeling. And I'll talk a little bit about what's different about that group than the others in a minute. So the scientific committee uses 3 approaches in general when they look at the evidence behind the dietary guidelines. The first is data analysis. So that was part of the group, the cross-cutting group on data analysis and food pattern modeling. And that is actually looking at national data sets like NHANES, looking at any of the large US population representative data that we have. And that data actually went to support each of the other 6 subcommittees. So we ran the data that they used. We also ran some data that we use specifically for a chapter I'll talk about in a minute. There was the food pattern modeling aspect, and that was the piece that actually works on putting together dietary patterns. A lot of the effort specifically went to working on those food patterns for the B24 group, the birth to 24 months. And then the subcommittees each go through the NESR systematic reviews, and that is where most of the evidence comes for their questions. So what was a little bit different about the process this time around from previous dietary guidelines committees was the fact that we were not able to come up with our own questions. We were given predetermined questions to answer. In the past, the committees have actually created their own questions and then answered them. And so what we did is we took the questions that were posed to us and we actually developed protocols for how we would answer each of those questions. And again, there are 3 different ways that you could choose to use evidence to answer those questions. So for each question, the subcommittees had to decide would they use data analysis, would they use food pattern modeling, or systematic reviews. And so data analysis was done. About 150 separate analyses of federal data sets were run to inform the scientific report that came out. And then in terms of food pattern modeling, there were several analyses that happened. And again, as I said earlier, most of it was for the food pattern for the 6 to 24-month-olds. And then there were about 2,700 citations screened, about 1,500 articles reviewed, for a total of 33 systematic reviews that were done as part of the scientific background report. So we also had ongoing public comments that were generally answered in our public meetings. We received about 62,000 comments in the process. Each of those were read and summarized and addressed. A lot of them fell into large categories, but a lot of public comment went into this group. So in July of 2020, the scientific report of the 2020 Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee was posted online. It's still there. I'm going to be showing you some highlights of that in a minute, and I would encourage people to go through that as you'd like. So just to give you a little bit of an overview, there are several parts to that report. The piece that I think most people on this call will be interested in is part D, and that's the evidence on diet and health, where we took either the systematic reviews, the data analysis, or the food pattern modeling and wrote it into chapters on the specific topics. And I won't go through all of these, but I'll give you some highlights. And then there are some online supplementary materials as well. So I know that others are going to talk about the dietary guidelines, but I just wanted to say that there are 4 general dietary guidelines. One is follow a healthy diet pattern at every stage of life. The second is to customize and enjoy nutrient-dense food and beverage choices to reflect personal preferences, cultural traditions, and budgetary considerations. The third is to focus on meeting food group needs with nutrient-dense foods and beverages and to stay within calorie limits. And the fourth guideline is to limit foods and beverages higher in added sugar, saturated fat, and sodium, and to limit alcoholic beverages. One thing I will note about this specific, I didn't go through the others in detail, but I want to note that there are 2 things here that I'm going to revisit in a little bit that I want to point out. One is the dietary guidelines actually recommend less than 10% of calories from sugar starting at age 2 and no sugar under the age of 2. That's a little bit different than what I'm going to talk about in terms of what was recommended by our scientific group. Another thing that I'll point out is that the alcoholic beverage recommendation in the dietary guidelines says that men should limit to 2 drinks or less per day, and women should limit to 1 drink or less per day. In our scientific report, we actually recommended no more than 1 drink for both males and females. So those are some of the pieces where what you see in the scientific report is going to be a little bit different than what you see in the dietary guidelines themselves. So I will say that when we looked at the data for the data analysis and food pattern modeling, it was rather interesting to see that really the diets of Americans haven't changed a lot over time. We still see that people overconsume energy, saturated fat, sodium, and added sugars. We still see intakes of fruits, vegetables, and whole grains are lower than recommended, and pretty consistent underconsumption of certain nutrients. What's interesting is when you actually look at the healthy eating index scores. So these are scores out of 100. And when you look at them, you find that at both ends of the lifespan, they are the highest. The children under the age of 4 are a score of about 61. We actually don't have scores for kids that are under the age of 24 months yet. That is a sort of a future project, and I think Carol might talk about that. And then adults 60 and older have an HEI score of 63. And you can see that sort of the low point, which probably doesn't surprise anybody who's ever had an adolescent, is that adolescence is kind of that time where our scores are lowest. We did look at nutrients of public health concern as part of the dietary pattern or the dietary data analysis and food pattern modeling committee. And I won't go through this chart. It's available for you to take a look at, and it's actually going to be in press in American Journal of Clinical Nutrition. But basically, there has not been a consistent way that the committees over time have determined what are the nutrients of public health concern. And so as part of our subcommittee on data analysis, we actually developed this. It was largely Regan Bailey's brainchild, and are recommending that this be used going forward. This is one of my favorite tables, and I have to say Carol, who's going to speak later, was involved in developing this. So in the chapter 8, which is the dietary patterns chapter, I think there's a lot of great information. But what they did is they actually looked at the dietary components, and then they looked at a variety of outcomes from all-cause mortality, cardiovascular disease, weight and growth, diabetes, bone health, cancers, and neurocognitive development. And you can see that on this chart, the upper half, fruits and vegetables pretty much come out as protective in almost every category. It doesn't really matter what you look at. That is a protective food group. Whole grains come out in almost every category. Legumes come out quite frequently. Fish and seafood, low-fat dairy are also very common in terms of coming out across all different causes of morbidity and mortality. If you look at the lower level here and on the next slide, you'll see that pieces that come out as being detrimental for many outcomes are things like red meat, processed meat, saturated fats, sugar-sweetened beverages come out quite often. And then there are a few others that come out less often. Again, you can see all of this online and you can go through it and read all the data behind it. But what was interesting is the consistency. It doesn't matter what outcome you look at, the dietary components that are protective or detrimental are pretty consistent across most of the outcomes. So the findings were that the specific dietary patterns that are high in vegetables, fruit, legumes, whole grains, and some other components are healthy. Lower consumptions of red and processed meat, sugar sweetened foods and beverages, and refined grains are recommended. This is data that, so there are a few things that have changed over time that I think are important to point out that are beneficial. One is that over time, so if you look at this data, it actually goes from 2003 to 2016. There has been an overall decline for most age groups in terms of total grains, while at the same time, a larger proportion of the grains are coming from whole grains. Now, we're still way lower than the 50% that we recommend, but there was improvement there. There's also a chapter on seafood and dietary fat. And what I will say is that seafood intake is remarkably low, particularly for children. And most Americans do not consume enough seafood, and particularly seafoods that are high in omega-3 fatty acids. And so that comes out in this chapter. In chapter 10 of the scientific report, the beverages were looked at, and there were some recommendations around limiting sugar sweetened beverages, using low or no calorie sweetened beverages, particularly useful in weight management for adults, and then really paying attention to the role that beverages have in weight and growth. In the alcohol chapter, again, this is where one of the changes between the dietary guidelines and the scientific report was. The scientific report recommended no more than 1 drink for men and women. The dietary guidelines say 1 for women, 2 for men. I do want to point out that there was also another sort of bright spot in our data analysis, and that was showing that intake of solid fats and added sugars have both gone down in about the last 18 to 20 years. What we see is, yes, we've made improvements, but if you look at the hatched yellow, blue bars, that's actually added sugars. We're still well above the 10%, much less the 6% that we actually recommended. So I'll just take a second to walk through one of the reasons that even though the subcommittee put forth that 6% of calories should come, no more than 6% should come from sugar. And you can see in this table where that data comes from, there was a lot of pushback from groups, and they said that the science was not strong enough. And so I will just walk you through sort of where that came from. So if you take a 2,000 calorie level for an average person, about 1,760 of those calories are considered essential. So that leaves about 240, 241 calories to work with. You take about 55% from solid fats, and 45% of that would be for added sugars. That leaves you about 109 calories that can be assigned to sugar, and about 133 that can be assigned to added fats. You convert that back into grams. And with sugar, you find that on a 2,000 calorie diet, about 5% of calories can come from added sugar, and still be within what we would consider a weight neutral category. And if you look at that far right column, you'll see that in no case did it ever go above 7 or 8%. And, eating 3,200 calories is pretty active young adolescent male for the most part. So really, I think this is where you're going to see a lot of commentaries and questions. This is one of the pieces that I think we need to pay some attention to. So our recommendation in the report was no more than 6% of energy. The dietary guidelines say 10%. And so finally, we did decide that the 3 dietary or food patterns that had been recommended in the 2015 dietary guidelines be continued as what are recommended. And those are the healthy US style, the healthy vegetarian style, and the healthy Mediterranean style food patterns. And again, the core components of all 3 of those are exactly what came out in chapter 8 when they looked at the dietary patterns. So I know I had to speak very quickly. I only had 20 minutes. I'm happy to take questions before you go off into your breakout groups.
Thanks, Dr. Sting. Charisse, do you have any questions from the chat that you'd like to share?
There weren't really much questions. It was just somebody just asked if we'll have the slides available. And then, yeah, there wasn't really any other questions.
Yes, Charisse, everyone, I think we will have the slides available and they'll be posted on our website as long as they are available to share. So yes.
I think there actually was one question from about who the public is, who's considered the public.
For the comments?
In the comments, I saw it earlier.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so if that has to do with the input from the public, when they publish, whenever they put out the call for these questions or for public comments, it goes into the Federal Register, and then literally anybody. So my grandmother can put in a comment, a professional organization can put in a comment. It really is, the broad array of anyone and everyone is able to give input. So that brings up another question or another point that we had 4 public meetings. 2 of the meetings, there were actually, there's an option for people to come and ask questions in person. So it was the first couple hundred people that signed up could come, and they could actually do it as to our committee face-to-face. The rest of the time, the input from the public was actually in a published form. There was a place on the dietary guidelines website where they could go in and post their comments in response to specific questions or specific call for comments.
Amy, would you mind stop sharing your slides?
Sure.
Thanks. And so I see another question here in the chat. How much discussion was on eliminating milk group or renaming it? Thanks, Suzanne.
That would be a good question to ask Rachel when she speaks, because I believe she was on the beverage subcommittee. I was not on that subcommittee. I know that as a full committee, we did not actually address that. There was a little bit of discussion about whether or not dairy came out. I showed you that big table that Carol's group had looked at that looked at all-cause mortality and cardiovascular disease. One of the issues that I know comes out in a lot of the reviews is the fact that sometimes it's just dairy, sometimes it's low-fat dairy, sometimes they specify if it's high-fat dairy. and dairy can mean very different things in different countries because of how they eat their dairy. But beyond that, that was sort of where our conversation as a full group fell. And I would encourage you to go into the report itself, that the link was there, and look at that chapter on beverages, because there's a lot of information in there.
Thanks. Suzanne, does that answer your question? Maybe.
Oh, and one other.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
One other comment I will make, just because I'm not sure that I made it earlier, is that when we talk about dairy in the US, in the Dietary Guidelines report, it includes both sort of cow's milk, traditional dairy, and soy products. It does not include anything like hemp milk or oat milk or almond milk, because from a nutritional standpoint, the protein and other macronutrient contents aren't similar enough. And so that was one of the things that we kept having to come back to in the data analysis and food pattern modeling group, was soy and dairy fall into that same category, but the other beverages or beverage alternatives, milk alternatives, don't.
Thanks. And looks like from Chris, we have another question. It was back to slide 8.8, 8.1. It looks like red meat was associated with a lot of adverse health outcomes. Were there any recommendations around red meat in either the dietary guideline, the DGA committee report, or the guidelines?
So there is the recommendation in both to limit red meat. In terms of a very specific amount, it's going to be based on calorie level, and but the whole evidence behind that, you can actually go into that report and you can read the entire chapter, which I would, I know the whole report itself is about 840 pages, so you probably don't want to read the whole thing. But that section D, where each of those chapters from the subcommittees are, that's where you will find that a lot of that information. And so, yeah, it did come out as a recommendation in both to limit red meats and processed meats, because they are considered to be detrimental for quite a few of the recommendations. And if you look at those 3 dietary patterns, obviously the Mediterranean or the vegetarian diet isn't going to have the red meat, but the healthy US diet and the healthy Mediterranean diet will give you some ranges in terms of how that fits into either of those patterns.
Thank you. Okay. If
We
there
have
are
one more
go
question that the other chat monitor was gonna mention.
I do have another question. So when you were mentioning about searching for scientific evidence for some of the research topic and questions, I'm wondering, was there enough evidence for people of color? Because from my perspective, I noticed that there are a lot of more research focused on white or the dominant racial group in the United States. So I'm not quite sure that if those dietary recommendations will be applied to all of the population within the states.
Sure, good question. So the dietary guidelines themselves are actually meant to apply to everyone. But if you actually go into that scientific report, the recommendations that we made to the federal government, you will see in the introduction, in individual chapters, and in the food, the part D1, where we talk about sort of trends in food intake. One of the things that comes out loud and clear is the fact that there was a vast underrepresentation of a variety of populations. In some cases, those were people from different racial or ethnic groups. In other cases, it was other factors. And so I think Carol will address some of that when she talks about the research implications in just one of the next talks. But there is also at the end of that chapter, and I don't want to steal Carol's thunder, there's a research recommendations piece, and there's a big discussion in there. So I totally agree with you. And I will say that one of I think the things that I'm most proud about from our committee is how we pushed to have that second dietary guideline included, which was that this is meant for all people of all different income levels, of all different, whatever your dietary pattern is that you follow, if it's a cultural pattern, if it's a vegetarian pattern, whatever your income level, there is a way for you to take those dietary patterns and adapt them. And I don't think that that's always been explicit in the dietary guidelines before.
Well, thanks everybody. And yeah, thanks for sharing and all of these questions. So now we're going to move into the breakout room discussions. And so a couple things. In the chat, I've just shared a Google document that has, for each breakout room, you all have your own Jamboard. When we move, Dina's going to move us into, she's going to teleport us into breakout rooms. It's very fun. Hopefully you guys all enjoy it. And then you'll visit this Google Doc link and you'll pull up the Jamboard for your associated room. And I just wanted to share a little bit about what is on those Jamboards so that kind of give you an idea of what to expect when you open that link up. So when you see your Jamboard, you'll have up at the top which breakout room you're in and which discussion and activity. So the first thing we hope that you'll just do in your breakout rooms is just get to know one another, your name, state, agency, or training program, and what's your superpower? What are you great at? And so here's your chance to practice using the sticky notes that are here. The function is here on the side. You just click on that and you can type it up and that'll show up here. Also, when you start your breakout rooms, we'll want you to pick a member who will be your group speaker. So when we come back, you'll share a little bit of your discussion. So you want to assign a person in your group to be the kind of sharer or the speaker, as well as a scribe, because we know that some folks might be logging in on different types of devices. So if you're on a device where it's hard for you to manipulate the Jamboard, I hope that the scribe in your group will take your notes and share your thoughts and record them on your Jamboard. So that's your first activity for this breakout session. And then your discussion question for the remaining time is, thinking about what Jamie shared, what types of changes or innovations are needed in your current program to ensure alignments with some of these guidelines. So you can kind of record so you'll remember your group speaker and your scribe, and then just share using different notes or stickies or text. Your comments and your discussion can be recorded here. And by the end, we hope you'll come up with, one key takeaway that you can share back with the group when we come together. So after the breakout rooms, we'll have 20 minutes for groups to share. You'll have a couple minutes to share, and then we'll have a break and we'll go on to our next presentation. So I'm going to stop sharing now. And before we teleport you off, I'll be circulating through the breakout rooms. So will Charisse, if you guys do have questions or need any help. Any questions before we teleport you off?
Monica, just one question. I'm going to open the rooms in just a second. Will people be able to see the link in their breakout rooms, or do we need to paste it again as an announcement to the rooms?
They should be able to continue to see this main chat, but yeah.
Okay.
Ahead. Thank you. And we'll give you like a 5-minute and a 2-minute warning for when the breakout rooms will end.
All right, off you go.
Thank you.
It's true.
Hey, hey, Christine. I didn't run away.
I know, I felt so rude. All of a sudden I was yanked from from our beginning conversation.
I'm sorry that I pulled you out of the room. I had to reshuffle a little bit as some folks were faculty. I should have pulled them out in the first place, but sorry about that.
Still have folks trickling back. We had an exciting news in our family. We have a new niece. She was born today. She was, you know, they say she's almost 2 weeks late from the original due date. And I think to myself, I wonder if they were just off in guessing the date a little bit. Yeah. 2 weeks, a long time. Is that about everybody back, Dina? Yep. Okay. Well, I hope that you guys enjoyed your breakout rooms and got a little bit accustomed to the Jam boards. And so now is our time to just do some sharing back. So I guess we can start with group 1, breakout room 1. If you guys wouldn't mind sharing your key takeaway from thinking about what changes or innovations are needed in your current program. Maybe you could give a little background in your 2 minutes. I know it's really quick. Which program is represented by your group as well. I can share. I can share your my screen so we can see. So it looks like breakout room had Lisa, Karen, Leslie, Pilar. Pick a scribe and a sharer.
Hi, this is Lissa. I pretty much was the only one speaking with Pilar in our breakout room. So I work with the Western Regional Office with Food and Nutrition Service with USDA. I'm not part of the entity that Jamie worked with to develop the guidelines, but I guess one thing that I can share that we're very aware of is that these guidelines also aimed to incorporate more representation in relevancy to and strived for more racial equity. And so there are efforts on the way to develop more racially equitable consumer resources. And I guess I want to brag on Oregon that I'm aware of. And I think that this would be great if other states are able to develop and adopt some sort of infrastructure, but their SNAP Ed stakeholder group is very well connected throughout the whole state, and they've developed actually racially equitable. They've developed multiple work groups that that represent almost every single diverse group that is existence in Oregon. So they have a African heritage, Asian, Indigenous people, Latinx work group, and also for seniors, and an ECE work group. And so with that, they've been able to develop for themselves many great nutrition and food system education resources that are from recipes to newsletters and the like. And so that kind of model is kind of what is needed to ensure that we have representation of the groups that are in existence in your states. But so that's just an example.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. It's really great. Okay, so now we have group 2. You guys have very active Jamboard. Who'd like to share a key kind of takeaway from your first discussion in this breakout room?
Hi, this is Sarah from Nevada. So the main thing that we really talked about is we really emphasized how we liked the addition of the life course approach and the emphasis on that. That we did talk a little bit about some more like provider specific trainings emphasis. California said that they were working on a preconception tool utilizing MyPlate, and they're working on testing it with providers right now. And we would like to see a little bit more information on really how health can start before an individual is even conceived. And, you know, as pregnancies often are unplanned, getting those of conception age to really start thinking about that and working on their health, both men and women as well, and not just, okay, I have a child, should I breastfeed or not, and have it really start before conception and during pregnancy as well.
Thank you, Sarah, for sharing. So we have breakout room 3.
I can speak. So, hi, my name's Alia. I'm a trainee from California, UCLA. And something that we talked about also was MyPlate. Suzanne is also working on revising MyPlate. And one of the things that she mentioned was challenging was communicating about dairy recommendations. So specifically, she mentioned like which nutrients we want people to get from milk and or their dairy substitutes, and just the different kinds that are available. And then this kind of prompted Anna Rita to talk about her experience with working on reservations and how a lot of the people there don't have access to refrigeration. So this makes me, you know, meeting the recommendations for dairy very difficult. And if either of them want to chime in or add anything else, please do so.
Oh, I see another little thing pop up here. Can make it bigger. Do you want to share? You're like an anonymous aardvark, I think is what they call it here. I can't, so I'm not sure who added this sticky note, but seems important about the USDA guideline program. USDA program.
Yeah. So here on the reservation, we about 82% of us are on some sort of USDA funded nutrition assistance, whether it be like WIC, food distribution, SNAP. And a lot of their guidelines are a little bit different. Their recipes are different, and there are some curriculums that we can teach out of, and there's some recipe books that we can't teach out of, but they're not all the same. I kind of think they should integrate all of those recipes and those curriculums into one, so that all of these programs are using one cookbook or one kind of like MyPlate. MyPlate is across the board, but you know, just to make it easier for everybody to access, and it'll probably save a lot of money on the USDA side.
Yeah. I'm hearing like consistency in these messages and programs. Yeah,
consistency.
Great point. Thanks for sharing. So we have breakout room 4. And if you guys come up with a better name for your room other than a number, please rename yourselves if you'd like. Who'd like to share from this room 4?
Well, we didn't get as far as coming up with a group speaker. This is Sandy Van Kelkar, but we did focus on resources. Sandy Perkins from ASPHN will be going through their resources to make sure they are in line with the new dietary guidelines. Jordan from Montana was talking about the increase in the cash value benefit that will be starting for fruits and vegetables, which was also an important contribution.
Okay. Thank you for sharing, Sandy. So we have group 5, room 5. Any volunteers to share from room 5?
Sorry, I didn't get my microphone ready. I'm gonna, yeah.
Thanks, Frank.
Sure. We had a great discussion. We had a lot of questions about because a couple of us were kind of on the ground with nutrition, so we had some questions about stuff. But do you actually mind going to breakout room 5 so I can see our notes?
Oh, are you not? Are you in? Oh, I was changing, but maybe I wasn't.
No, it could be my computer as well, actually.
Okay. Are you seeing your breakout room, your Jamboard?
Got it. Yeah, thank you, Monica.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so what we took out of it is I was just really excited to get that overview of the nutrition guidelines, just because since COVID hit, I've had to do like every job besides nutrition manager and like kindergarten teacher, as you can hear my son in the background. So I was really excited to get that overview of it, because it just kind of brought my mind into the actual specific nutrients that I wanted to create nutrition education around for our program. And what I'm taking from it is those specific nutrients would be directly dealt with if we raise fruits and vegetables, which I'm very excited that WIC is going to do that this summer. And I'm also going to collaborate extra hard with the farmers in our state to try to get us to have a deal with them to do more than $30. So just to like really meet these nutritional requirements. So that was one thing I brought up. Holly, who's I believe she's on Navajo Nation, if I heard correctly, but they have a lack of access to fruits and vegetables. Or even grocery stores, which is heartbreaking. But she was talking about how they're combating, which is great, is teaching gardening classes. And then they would like to, after this presentation, work with the guidelines that we learned into the gardening program to encourage the meal programs and to increase people's consumption of fruits and vegetables. So they're doing that there, and they also do canning for the wintertime too. So they're finding really innovative ways to get these nutrients into her participants. So those are like the two things we talked about specifically with the question, and then we kind of just had a really nice conversation about just nutrition in general and how we're dealing with the inequities in our states.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's what we're hoping will happen in these breakout rooms. Did you say, were there questions? You know, I guess I forgot to mention, you know, if you do have questions after, you know, during this sharing that Jamie could help provide clarification for, this is another opportunity to ask questions too. So if there are any questions. All right, so we're on room 6. And so when I clicked onto the Jamboard 6, do you all see breakout room, the 6 at the top, breakout room 6? Okay, great. So room 6, who'd like to share?
Hi, this is Carol Huey from UC Berkeley. The two things that came up in our breakout room was that they needed to have more education, among the community stakeholders on what things are new in the guidelines regarding pregnancy and lactation, and specifically the 0 to 24 month pieces. And that WIC just really needs to have a better packaging revamp, just to be able to incorporate more fruits and vegetables to meet the guidelines, decreasing the juice amount and including more proteins. Oh. I don't know if anybody in the group wants to elaborate more from their experience. No. Okay.
Thanks, Carol. And I have breakout room 7.
Hi, everyone. I am Danielle Conlin. I'm from Utah. And everyone in breakout room 7, we were all from WIC. So we had a great discussion about updating the WIC food packages to better meet the current dietary guidelines for Americans and how those would be innovative to improve the nutrient intake of our participants. So one of the things we talked about was the choice of substituting proteins such as the canned fish, peanut butter, and beans, as well as extending who can have access to canned fish. So instead of just allowing breastfeeding women to receive it, opening that up to all participants and especially children to increase their fish intake, like Dr. Singh discussed. We also talked about allowing more substitutions for milk, such as more tofu and more yogurt. We also talked about how wonderful it is that WIC is expanding the cash value benefit to $35 per person throughout the summer. And so we are excited that that's happening. And we think if that could be continued, that would be excellent to improve fruit and vegetable intake. And then we also talked about being able to substitute fruit juice for more fresh fruits and vegetables to continue improving that fruit and vegetable intake. And then the last thing we talked about is alternative milks, how those are increasing in grocery stores and in the environment, and how those could change the food packages as well. Did anyone from my group want to chime in with any other insights? Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks. What a nice, group of, the WIC, good WIC representation in that group. Thanks for sharing. And last but not least, I think this breakout room is mislabeled. I think you are actually group 10, room 10. But who'd like to share from room 10?
I can share.
Okay.
Let's see. So most of us were from WIC, and then the other two were from UC Berkeley. So we were discussing mainly WIC stuff. Let's see. So yeah, as others said, we're adding the $35 cash value voucher. And then in Hawaii, we are considering adding farmers markets, but not there yet. But hopefully, eventually, that would be another vendor, just so that more people have more options, and then they can actually get like local produce, which would be good for more people. And then we were talking about like the potential to change the jarred fruits and vegetables to more like a cash value voucher kind of deal. Let's see. So if they are exclusively nursing, usually they can get more cash, but not the complete thing. And then we are also discussing if they're exclusively nursing, they also get meats. But I guess in Oregon, as well as Hawaii, they don't always eat the meat, the jarred meats. So I don't know if it's a waste or what. So and then even like the fruits and vegetables, like the exclusively nursing moms, they're more likely to make their own food instead of use the jars. So we're just wondering if we should convert it more to cash. And then lastly, we were just wondering if there might be any recommendations for like freshly made baby foods versus jarred baby foods, even though we offer the jars, just so it's convenient. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing it. Nice to have WIC Hawaii here represented. So we have just a couple more minutes before we have our first break. And so if there are, just wanted to see what questions anyone has for Jamie specifically while she's here with us before we move on. Or any other just closing thoughts? Maybe everyone's eager to get up and move, which I don't blame you. So yeah.
This is Jamie. I just wanted to follow up. I think it was Frank who talked about the gardening. I'm actually working with one of our local SNAP Ed programs because they can't teach gardening. The SNAP educators can't, and they can't teach food preservation. But as a master gardener, I'm certified to do both because I'm a certified food preservation specialist. So we are actually implementing some of that in a traditional SNAP Ed class to see how that goes. And we have had a lot of interest. So I think we can get creative, and I think it's great that you can do, it's too bad that there are those rules that create silos, but there are ways around it. Find a master gardener.
Yeah, that's what, so I heard that. So collaborating with master gardeners, master food preservers. Hopefully if you're in a land grant institution, you know, they might be living in a place where they could connect.
Monica, this is Carol, and that is such a great idea. Thank you, Jamie, for bringing it up. We really, I think that's one of the areas that we underuse are the master gardeners, and they are fantastic. When my sister, when she retired from Boeing, that was her goal, to become a master gardener. You know, and so it just opened up my eyes. I was kind of embarrassed. So I really think it's something that we should definitely focus on, you know, be partners with them.
Thanks.
Do we have time for one more question that's in the chat by Susan?
Sure.
Okay, so Jamie, she's wondering, did they discuss weight, such as weight at any size versus moving towards ideal weight?
In the background information, there's a focus on actually trying to stay within calorie limits, to stay weight neutral. We didn't focus on the weight at any size versus necessarily weight loss, because there was some disagreement in terms of the specific approach to that and how it fit within the dietary guidelines. We really are focused on food patterns and not weight itself, but we wanted to reflect, and you'll see that the wording in the dietary guidelines does try to reflect that you make choices that keep you at a healthy weight. And we didn't define what healthy weight was necessarily. I don't know if that helps, but.
Thank you.
Jamie, there's also one last question regarding what weight neutral means.
Oh, yeah. So weight neutral, it was mainly for people to make choices that stay within their recommended calorie levels. And so one of the things you find, and if you go into, as I said, there's some extra materials online, which are fascinating. There have been some food pattern modeling exercises that have been done both in 2015 and now this committee that looked at if you make a typical choice versus what's recommended. And that is a piece that I don't think people understand about when we do that analysis, it actually picks the most nutrient dense form of food. So it's like poached chicken breast, not the way it's typically eaten, but the lowest calorie level. Your dessert is actually an animal cracker, which I don't know how many people actually eat animal crackers, but they are the most nutrient dense form of dessert. So what they're modeling is an ideal diet, not a typical diet. And if you look at the typical diet for an average person, it's about 260 to 300 calories more if you make a typical choice than what is modeled. And so with respect to that, we were trying to encourage people to think about what's within each of the food pattern categories and make the best choice that they can. Yeah, I can do a whole talk on that. That's a whole fascinating thing about what goes on in the food pattern modeling.
It's very interesting. Now I'm reflecting on animal crackers as a new dessert source for our
There you go.
But well, thank you guys for a really great conversation. And so we'll have a break and we'll come back at 25 minutes after the hour. So it's 1:25 in Pacific time.
Actually, 2:25.
Sorry, 2:25.
Yeah. We have a lot of time zones here. You're good.
Yeah.
I'll put up a counter as well.
We'll have a counter. So yeah, feel free, turn off your camera, mute yourself, go, have a dance party, and we'll see you in a little while. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. as soon as people come back, we'll continue. Looks like we're doing pretty well here.
Sounds great.
So I think we're gonna try to start out again. Maybe I'll do the announcement, Monica, right before the next, or just, yeah, right before the next break, because I think then people will be back.
It's a good idea. Yeah, good idea. No, I forgot the rule about when you come back, you turn your camera on so then we know they're back. I should have, I'll remind everyone the next time. Thanks. Yeah, just let us know if you're back. Thanks, Lisa. Hi, everybody. Okay, well, it sounds like we're everyone's trickling back in. Hopefully you enjoyed getting up out of your chair for a few minutes. And, you know, while people are speaking, there's nothing to, you know, stop you from standing up and listening either. So I have the pleasure of introducing our second guest speaker today. We have Carol Boucher, who's an associate professor in the epidemiology program at the University of Hawaii Cancer Center. And she's also an adjunct professor in nutrition science at Purdue University. Her research focuses on dietary assessment and examining the relationship of dietary intakes and health or risk for disease. She's made multiple contributions to advanced image-based dietary assessment methods. Her PhD degree is from the University of Washington through the interdisciplinary nutrition and the epidemiology programs. So we welcome you. If we were here, I'd be giving you a lei, saying thank you. And the stage is yours, Dr. Boucher.
Okay, I have to put up the presentation.
Right.
Okay, so can I do that by sharing screen? Is that what I need to do?
Yep.
Okay, let me hit the share screen. And then let me grab this. Oh, I should have cleaned off my desk. Look at all that stuff up there. Okay, and then we'll go into the mode. Here we are. Whoops. Boy, that went right ahead to, okay. Let me, give me a second. I want to move I need to reduce the size of the people's faces. I apologize about that, but just so I can see the slides. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, good. I want to thank you, Monica, for thinking of this session. I really want to make sure to make a point of that. And I have to share with you something that's a little different today for me, is that right outside of my office, there are more than 100 people filming Doggy, Aloha, MD. It's a reboot, if any of you are familiar with that show. And they've been filming here at where I'm at the Cancer Center for, they started in January. But this is the first time they've been on my floor. And I have to tell you, it is, I'm sort of recovered from the experience of bumping into that many people just right outside my door. But I don't think that it will affect any of the sound. So I'm going to go over the dietary guidelines, but I'm really going to focus on the dietary patterns. But the guidelines themselves, you know, they are made up of nutrients and foods. And of course, these aren't consumed in isolation, and rather people consume them in various combinations over time. And that's what we can think of as being a pattern. So what was unique about our particular year, 20 to 25, we really did put an emphasis on healthy dietary patterns. When I say we, I'm referring to the royal we, of course. But this was the first time since the 1985 edition that the dietary guidelines include recommendations for patterns for infants and toddlers. So for infants, the summary is, follow a healthy dietary pattern at every life stage. And at all these life stages, following a healthy pattern is important, and it's never too late to start to follow a healthy eating pattern. And we sort of saw that in that one graph that I'll show you again. So for the first 6 months of life, and I think we just had heard this, it's exclusively breastfeeding. And then after that, introduce infants to nutrient-dense complementary foods. This graph shows the current intakes of children between 12 and 23 months. So for fruits, grains, and dairy, this age group does fairly well. As you can tell by the buttons indicate the light blue are the recommended ranges and the average is the darker color. For protein, actually the average intake is slightly below recommendations. But the one that's always concerning and seems to be a continued issue is the vegetable food group really needs attention. The average intake is well below the recommendation. So these are the other, in the patterns, we have foods to eat more of, and then we also have foods to eat less of. And this is the foods to eat less of group. And the added sugars, right now, the average intakes of 12 to 23 months old is equal to 104 calories of added sugars. And that comes out to being 6 teaspoons of sugar. And the saturated fat is also limited, and we have no recommendation for saturated fat, but to keep it low. And then the sodium, the average intakes are also above the limitation that we put into place. So now we are aware that for some of the areas of the patterns, the intakes are, we can say they're fairly good, but for many of them, they are not. But the science that we did also uncover was birth through 23 months, you have a lower, if you follow a healthy pattern, you have a lower risk of overweight and obesity. This was documented. A lower risk of type 1 diabetes, adequate iron status, and lower risk of iron deficiency. Also, a lower risk of peanut allergy and a lower risk of asthma. So we do, in the report, have documentation of what can be gained from following a healthy dietary pattern. And so in the second year of life, of course, toddlers can consume, then we've advanced to more food. And this is available, the image here is available in the dietary guidelines for Americans. It's really a nice way to be able to demonstrate to individuals that healthy food and not so healthy food, they really do share a lot of similarities in how they look. And so to clearly be able to direct individuals from cereal with added sugar to cereal with minimal added sugar, fruit products with added sugars to fruit that is, and even fruit that's canned in 100% juice, fried vegetables, replacing with roasted vegetables. But this is really, I really have enjoyed this little graph, and maybe some of you have also seen it and have used it also. Now, one of the large parts that came out of the guidelines then is a healthy US lifestyle that is aimed to the younger age group. And so just to take you through this a bit is the definitions for each food group and subgroup and quantity are all done in cups and ounce equivalents, and they are provided in the full Dietary Guidelines for Americans report. All foods are assumed to be nutrient-dense forms, and this was also said earlier. No energy is designated for additional added sugars, saturated fat. And the other thing, Suzanne Haydu, I was fascinated by your comment today on we don't have enough fish to provide 2 servings, but we do have but even without your sage advice, there is distinct advice about eating fish. And if consuming up to 3 ounces of fish per week, children should only be fed cooked varieties from the best choices list that contain even lower methyl mercury. And so in the report, it goes over which fishes to avoid for children and then which ones to recommend. So there's a lot of little nuances in this whole pattern, but all the recommendations as to how to follow this can be found in the report. So dietary pattern terms, it is a combination of foods and beverages. They may be a description of a customary way of eating or a description of combination foods, foods usually eaten, foods recommended. So the foods, coming out of the dietary guidelines, as we heard earlier, is the US Healthy Style Dietary Pattern, but we also have, and that turns into the Healthy Eating Index and the DASH diet and the Mediterranean diet. So that transition from thinking of total diet, but thinking of as a pattern, this is the definition that drives the identity of a dietary pattern. It's the quantities, proportions, variety, or combination of foods, drinks, and nutrients when available in diets and the frequency with which they are habitually consumed. And so the biggest thing here is that we are really focusing on foods, and notice that you can use nutrients when they're available, but really the focus goes on looking at foods and the total food pattern. For the dietary patterns are formed in a number of ways. And so just to really appreciate that a pattern does have to be constructed. It isn't something that just comes out of a box. And we can put these together as using either a theoretical direction or an index-driven direction. So a theoretical direction, they will, the scores are based on not outright, it's more of a hypothesis as opposed to using data that's already been shown to be theoretical in nature. So these 2 indexes, these are both theoretical indexes. Now, the reason that we really like the concept of dietary patterns is the complexity of diet. People eat foods and meals, and they really don't think of themselves as eating nutrients. And so dietary patterns is something that people can relate to because they speak to foods. And there is correlation among the dietary constituents. And so when we look at the analysis as single nutrients, that can be confounded by the influence of the full dietary pattern. So that's another reason to actually promote dietary patterns. And it really takes into account the full complexity of foods. And then clinical trials have shown that the health outcomes that occur when you consume a diet that comes close to matching 100% the dietary approaches to stop hypertension, the DASH diet, and also the Mediterranean diet. And the data that drove that was the Lion Diet Heart Study. So these are the Healthy Eating 2015 components and point values and standards from 2015. We do not have yet the healthy eating index that came out of the 2020 dietary guidelines. That's under construction. But there's very specific amounts that are recommended, and of these various food groupings. Now, ironically, when oh no, not in this one. I'm showing this slide again. That was, you saw this slide earlier. And what's, again, so fascinating about this slide is the population comparison. Everyone is being, basically, by using this single pattern, everyone can be compared here with regard to, doesn't matter what sex they are, what age they are, we can compare across the whole nation as to how well we are doing. And then, of course, the really sad thing is, it's the bookends that are doing well. But what's even more concerning is the ideal level for these dietary patterns is 100. And we, on average, as you can see, we still have a ways to go and a lot of work. So if you ever at any time believe that what you're doing, you wonder, is what I'm doing the best thing? It is. We really need to get everyone to eat better. So during our planning for these sessions, Jamie Stang thought to highlight 2 positive shifts in food intake over the past 10 to 12 years among young children. And so, and that is and that's been modest, but I wondered if these same changes had occurred in adults. We had just examined this among adults in the multi-ethnic cohort 10 years ago. And so this data comes from the multi-ethnic cohort, which is something to highlight in that the multi-ethnic cohort is made up of Hispanic, non-Hispanic white, African Americans, Japanese Americans, and Native Hawaiians. So it's a very diverse cohort, very diverse with regard to the people. So we had examined the healthy eating index at 2015, similar to the children work that had been done. And so as you can see then, if we look at the total score, very similar to the low scores, but we had baseline and we had follow-up. So the whole grains, interestingly enough, in men, the level of whole grains actually went up slightly, but unfortunately, so did the added sugars. For the women, the whole grains went up slightly, and also the added sugars. So it's kind of fascinating that we have this data that we can monitor then how well the population is doing with regard to these indexes. And it's heartening that the whole grains have gone up, but this added sugar, this is probably an area that we need to focus on. Now, so then you're thinking, how is that going to happen? I just showed you results from a dietary pattern using the Healthy Eating Index 2015. Will we be able to do that same type of analysis with data that we collect on children? And so will a unique HEI be developed exclusively for children 12 to 23 months? I can tell you that that is as much as I know, because I've been the people at the USDA, they're actually contemplating all this right now. And so as I was putting this together, I contacted the folks, since we worked with them a whole year in doing the dietary guidelines. What can I say? And so they said, maybe 1 to 3 years, will we have this done? And how would the dietary pattern work for infants given breastfeeding exclusively for 6 months? What is the current recommendation? How might important milestones be incorporated into an index? thinking of timing of food introduction. So that's not something we need for adults, but will we need that in a pattern for infants and children? Feeding practices. How will we handle the complexity of human milk versus infant formula or mixed feeding? So I don't have the answers to this. I'm really just opening up some ideas and questions because this is being worked on right now. And so at this point in time, are there any diet quality index scores for 6 to 23-month-old children? And because we don't have that in the United States, as I just pointed out, those are all the question marks that people are thinking about in order to say, okay, how do we do a dietary pattern for this new group that we've now added to the dietary guidelines? So are there diet quality indexes somewhere else? Well, the World Health Organization developed the minimum dietary diversity score. And this score has rarely been used in developed countries. And they take solids and liquids and they're categorized into 8 food groups. So here's what this particular, so when I showed you earlier, the scoring that was done for the Healthy Eating Index and others, this is the minimum dietary diversity scoring system. And they have breast milk, grains, roots, and tubers, legumes and nuts, dairy products, flesh foods, eggs, vitamin A rich fruits and vegetables, and other fruits and vegetables. This, I should go back, I had already mentioned, this is rarely used in the United States, but this is used in countries, underdeveloped countries, in order to be able to apply a pattern to children 6 to 23 months old. Well, one of the few examinations that actually has been done was done by a colleague, Dr. Marie Fiakowski-Revia, and she's at the University of Hawaii and works with me and also Rachel, who will be next. And so they examined these were infants 6 to 12 months of age. And so then providing an indication of complementary feeding practices as well. And what was interesting about this particular, besides seeing how the differences here between the grains, the legumes, between 3 to 5 months and 6 to 12 months, notice that if I take you back to this here, this is for 6 to 23 months old. But notice this study is 3 to 5 months old. And the reason being is that the majority of the children were already eating foods by 3 months. So this is interesting because this is unique to the US, or does that also occur in the underdeveloped countries and they don't use that data? But it's something to keep in mind that this particular pattern that's used by the WHO, when it was applied here in the United States, or at least it was in Hawaii, and it was Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and Filipinos. In order to capture, they had to put in the less than 6 months old. So do we have materials available that you all can tap into? And I'd be curious to know if any of you have tapped into any of these materials. These were just announced last month. And indeed, I was not allowed to even put them into anything until there's a certain date. But what is available are printable resources, graphics, and web resources. And so when you get this document from when I send it, you can then hopefully find all these materials that are aids for being able to promote the dietary guidelines among among the populations that you work with. So do we have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Boucher, for that presentation. I think there was one question from Suzanne earlier about dairy. So her question was, so I'm assuming if a person's dairy intake is above recommendations, would that also put their protein intake above recommendations? I guess dairy being a source of protein.
Yeah, that's really good insight. Right, the protein, when these patterns are created, and then when they make those, then foods are split up. And so yes, if and then it's, where did the excess protein come from though? It might have come from it might have come from the meat, and it might have been that the dairy was within the guidelines, but so that you would have to dive in a little bit to the data to actually see that much clarity. Yeah. But certainly it does contribute to that. And it's a good point to really point out that any food that's contributing protein then does get into that group, gets grouped.
Okay, well, I think,
can I?
Go ahead, yes.
So when you showed the children, you showed that their dairy was above normal, and then you said the protein was under. But I'm just wondering, was that protein, just looking at protein group, the traditional protein group, and not looking at including the protein from the dairy?
Yeah, it was the total protein foods. You're right. It was, and that was an average of being slightly low. Yeah, and so what we don't know, what isn't torn apart here is then where was that contribution coming from to not having a low amount? And you know what? This is a good question. I actually I'm going to go back and talk to the USDA folks that put this together, because this is, they're the ones that work on these patterns, and find that out. And I actually will share that with Monica then, and she can share with you. Really good question.
Yeah, no, that's the sort of stuff that always comes up. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Excellent. Good insight.
Looks like Karen, can you say more about how to use the dietary guidelines? In the past, it was my understanding that the guidelines are more for program use versus individual use.
Yeah. Well, that's I'm not sure if I'm the best one to answer that question. But the dietary guidelines are supposed to be essentially supposed to cover the entire United States. And so you can use them for your program, you can use them for research. But what I was kind of covering was this concept of how we can organize what people eat into patterns. And then these patterns, they have a score to it. And then that score, the evidence would suggest that if you have a higher score, then you have a more healthful diet. And so what we don't have at this point in time to be able to do that evaluation, we do not have a dietary guide, a dietary pattern with a score for the young children. And the only one in existence right now is this WHO, which was designed for underdeveloped countries. Therefore, we don't know if, so that data that I showed you, I don't know if that's a good translation to the US or not.
Good. Okay, well, I think we're looking at the clock and it's time to reopen our breakout rooms. So I've just shared the link to the Jamboards. There was a little bit of reshuffling of the breakout rooms, so you might have to do a quick little reintroduction. to folks in your room. And just to refresh and remind you also, the discussion for this breakout room can be found on the slide 3 on or frame 3 in the Jamboard. So kind of building on, what you talked about in the first group, thinking about now the resources and strategies that you might need to start communicating this information perhaps upstream to people who are responsible for allowing you to make changes or facilitating the changes that you need with your programs, especially people who maybe aren't nutrition professionals. So that's kind of the theme here. And don't forget to assign a group speaker and a scribe to record and share back in our main room. Dina, any other announcements before we send everyone on their way? So I think you'll be teleported. Thank you again, Dr. Boucher, and she'll be here for the share back if you have any questions when we have questions.
Okay, I'm going to open the rooms now.
back and we can get started. If you don't mind, turning your camera on or giving us a little thumbs up, just so we know everyone's here. Thanks. Hope you guys are enjoying the breakout rooms and the jam boards. I was, peeking around a little bit, and so it seems active. The jam boards are really, I think they're fun, different way to kind of, if we are forced into this, way to interact. Okay, looks like we've got everyone back. So if it's okay, we'll just kind of stick with the same style as we did in the first share back. So we'll just go through the different rooms and just have your group representative kind of share some highlights from your discussion. So breakout room 1.
Sandy, would you like to be our reporter?
Okay, I guess I'll be your reporter.
Thank you.
We focused mainly on fruits and vegetable consumption and about, needing changes to federal food packages to help with them, but also the fact that we need to grow more fruits and vegetables, because if people actually ate the amount of fruit and vegetables that are said to eat, there aren't that many fruits and vegetables produced. Then it went into a little bit about discussing different methodologies and ways to increase people's fruit and vegetable production, because unfortunately 2020 was the 25th anniversary of the 5-a-day campaign, which has not made an impact. So for 25 years, we've been telling people to eat more fruits and vegetables, and they haven't. So then we went into just systematic changes and other ways, and looking at discussing different ways to improve those products, improve consumption of fruits and vegetables, and different ideas. And gardening came up as well, which helped with both production side and consumption side. Anything I missed?
Nope, that sounds great.
Right, thank you for sharing. All right, so we got, how about breakout room group 2? You have a representative to share from group 2?
We don't, but I'm not sure. I don't want to put Anna Rita on the spot, but she was sharing such unique challenges that are happening in her community, and I think it's better that Anna Rita shares it. Hopefully, I think it's best if she shares it.
Thanks, Jocelyn. Anna Rita, oh, you're unmuted. You can unmute yourself.
There we go.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. I didn't know I was muted. Okay, so we have pretty unique challenges here on the reservation with food access. Especially here on the reservation, we only have 13 grocery stores in a reservation that's about the size of Vermont. So we have people traveling hundreds of miles a day sometimes to get to the most freshest food, like on border reservations. We are in the middle of a drought, so we don't have much access to water. And it's really difficult for us to be planting fields through the drought, so small gardening information. But our curriculums need to be adjusted to meet these kinds of standards, like integrating gray water usage to be able to grow our own foods. But we can't use those curriculums for gray water because food safety. And then also with the distance that we are traveling to and from grocery stores, and without refrigeration or electricity in some communities or with some families, we are stocking up on a lot of high sodium canned foods to get us through the month. Some of these families only go to town twice a month sometimes. So some leeway to be able to work within the nutrition guidelines is something that I need to keep going at. And then the resources right now is growing because we did get a tribal liaison with the state, and I think we're starting to move forward. And then just also making it more culturally relevant here. I was telling them that our views on like government and our food system, we have the Native American people have unique views on government people coming in and telling them how to eat. So it's not very accepted sometimes when we had already had our own teachings from, you know, the beginning of time from our elders too. So integrating that information into our nutrition education in our own unique communities is something that's needed, but being granted by the USDA, there are curriculums you can't use, or, you know, you have to go through an entire approval process. I am seeing some changes with the My Native plate. That's pretty interesting. I'm not too sure if you guys have seen that. We do have our own 4 food groups, the corn, squash, and beans, and then tobacco, which is our My Plate, traditionally spoken of, but it's not well taught here. It's a dying knowledge, but it's making a comeback. So just easier for us to manipulate those programs and make it more ours would be nice. Other than that, yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for sharing. That's really, you know, insightful, and we appreciate you sharing. Yeah, and if you can share where to find those, if there's the educational tools on the plate that you had shared, I'm sure everyone would love to have those if you can share.
You're gonna have to ask a grandma somewhere.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
So
we haven't even developed those yet. We don't even have the infrastructure for like farming here.
Yeah.
I am working toward it though. I am a community leader in my own area. So
awesome.
I'm going to be working on doing some farmer revitalization projects.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for sharing. And we have our newest attendees is Victor. Preschool's over. Thank you. Okay, so we have group 3. Thanks, Anna Rita. So group 3, do we have a someone to share? So you had a really great discussion.
I can share.
Thank
For us,
you.
so we also focused mainly on fruit and vegetable intake. So something that Frank mentioned was doing collaborations with groups like Farmers Market, getting more grants so that we can increase access to fruit and vegetables, so we can start to help reduce these micronutrient deficiencies that we're seeing. We talked specifically, Suzanne mentioned vitamin A, specifically that she was working on revising My Plate, and something that she noticed is there hasn't always been like a focus on vitamin A specifically in the past. And so maybe it's time to start focusing on promoting vitamin A rich foods. And then something that Danielle, who's from WIC Utah, mentioned was, a strategy that they've used in the past is, trying to promote eating the rainbow and getting a wide variety of different fruits and vegetables so that, they get a good source of micronutrients. And some of the strategies that we discussed overall, again, was partnering with grocery stores, food banks, to help increase access to fresh fruits and vegetables. And then also really making sure that the public understands what a serving size is. It can be difficult to communicate that. So maybe training community health workers better, so that people understand what an appropriate serving size is. And then also Phoebe, one of our MCH trainees, talked about immigrant populations and how they may not have access to food banks or WIC. So partnering with grocery stores, and we need other strategies to make sure that they have better access to fruits and vegetables as well. And then just making sure that they understand and learn about the micronutrients in their cultural foods, because they may not be familiar with the common fruits and vegetables that are here in the United States, and therefore they may not be eating the rainbow, just focusing on a few.
This is Suzanne. I just wanted to add about the vitamin A. What I was saying is I haven't been seeing data showing that we have vitamin A deficiencies showing up in our California people, though it may be there, but I have not, it just hasn't come to my attention. What I've been disappointed over the years is that iron deficiency is problem. I hear people say, "Oh, is that WIC won't even assign it as a."
Breaking up a little bit.
Oh, well, anyways, WIC won't even make it a high risk to see a nutritionist, for iron deficiency. And it's one of the ones that can really improve brain growth in infants in pregnancy and in their early years. And so I am disappointed that we don't break that out. And then around the servings, I'm trying to get away from the servings for our community health workers. It's too complicated for them. We don't have the capacity to train them. So I much prefer that my plate. So anyways, I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. And so I'm just kind of going through. So we have group 6. We have a room 6 represented. Do we have someone from room 6 who'd like to share?
Hi, I was chosen to share. So we talked about that it would be really important to get the Child Nutrition Reauthorization Act to pass and getting stakeholders support on that. And in terms of strategies for communicating information, we thought it would, the state thought it was important to really just submit comments and how powerful that can be. Washington submitted comments, for example, and they saw a result right away. So all they had to do was submit something. So that was really useful. Montana sent surveys to local agencies and then submitted for comments. So that was one method. And also the idea of working with partners like the National WIC Association. There was also discussion about, for example, getting the WIC offices in doctors' offices, so integrating those two pieces to help getting the community outreach and bringing the information about the GGAs to the medical community, which could then be passed on. So if anybody in my group wants to clarify anything that I've said in case it was inaccurate. Okay, great, thanks.
Thanks, Carol. Thanks for sharing. Last but not least, room 10.
Okay, so I'm speaking for my group. So what we were talking about first was like the fruits and vegetables on WIC, if we can offer it at farmers markets again. The thing that we would have to, the resources we need is like discussing it with the farmers markets and even the farmers to see if they have enough produce that they can give out if people start eating more fruits and vegetables, but also even like the EBT, the card, the farmers markets kind of have to adjust to how to use it. So that's another hurdle we have to face. And then for the 12 to 23 months old, we just want to include like handouts or just more education on how to switch to discuss the higher sugar, saturated fat, and sodium if we want to try to decrease it. And then we also mentioned someone's making more recipes that's geared towards the community, just so people can like make the food that is relatable to them, but in a healthier way, just so it meets the guidelines, but also tastes to their standards. And then also for WIC, I mentioned we do offer juice. So it's 100% juice, which is what is recommended, but I know some WIC parents, they don't really want the juice. They're like, why do you offer it? But just so they can meet like the vitamins and nutrients that they need. But we were thinking about maybe changing it to a cash value voucher if that's even possible. But we just have to go to the higher ups to see if we can change a food package and even offer it. And then also, oh, I mentioned for like the saturated fat, like just more education on what it is. So I know we mentioned it in like eating lower fat meats, like chicken breast and all of that, but also if we can discuss like butter and like baking and stuff like that, instead try to use like olive oil. But I know it's mentioned in Mediterranean diet to use olive oil, but I guess it's not explained as much, like how they can use it in everything instead of just throwing butter into everything. And then also we mentioned, it was mentioned that the child my plate is useful. So if we can include that more, just to show an example of what a child's plate should look like, it might help people understand what to do better. And that's all.
Sorry. Thanks, Cassandra. Thanks for sharing, everyone. So we're ready. We're just about ready for a break. I think, I guess 2 things before we go to break. Dina wanted to share an announcement, and then also just again thanking Dr. Boucher for her time today.
Definitely. So just very quickly, I wanted to let everyone know that we will be sending out an evaluation each day for our meeting. So today, after the meeting, you'll get an evaluation just for today. And then we have some overall questions for the meeting. So you'll get kind of 4 total evaluation surveys to fill out. I'm sorry for all of them, but each of these days is like a separate CE event. So thank you so much for helping us understand how we're doing during our events. If you have any questions about those, let me know. But you'll be seeing links from probably coming from Carol from Berkeley. So if you'd be kind enough to fill them out when you get them, that would be wonderful.
Okay, and so thank you again, Dr. Boucher. We have a 5-minute break now. Sorry. It's been really exciting and don't want to cut into all the sharing and discussing. So we'll have a 5-minute break. So feel free, get up and move. And then when you're back, just have a thumbs up or your camera on to let us know. And we'll have Dr. Rachel Novotny sharing for our last presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
sharing your screen now, Rachel.
Okay. How's it look?
And then we're just seeing, it's not in the presenter view yet, but
Yeah, okay.
yeah. There we go. Right, looks like folks are trickling back in. So it's 3:36 Pacific, 12:36 here in Hawaii. So we can start moving on. Dina, do you think we should start, or you want us to wait for folks to keep going?
I think it's better to keep going. They'll catch up, or they might be listening to us. So
got it.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So now we're here for our final presentation today. We have Professor Rachel Novotny. She's a leader in the field of public health nutrition. Professor Novotny examines maternal and child nutrition and health in remote regions of the world and among culturally diverse populations, studying lifestyle patterns in diverse settings and in populations that inform strategies to improve nutrition and health. She was a member of the 2020 U.S. Dietary Guidelines Advisory Committee, which, as we know, is forming the foundation of U.S. food policies. She serves as associate editor for Nutrition Review's journal. She's been awarded more than $30 million as principal investigator in federal grants, including the $25 million Children's Healthy Living Program and now Center of Excellence in the U.S. affiliated Pacific region, which extends across 7 time zones and political jurisdictions. She has published more than 150 peer-reviewed papers and successfully trained more than 50 higher education degree candidates and 15 postdoctoral candidates in nutrition and epidemiology. Professor Novotny is chair of the Nutritional Sciences graduate programs in the Department of Human Nutrition, Food and Animal Science and in the College of Tropical Agriculture and Human Resources at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where she served as department chair and interim dean. She's worked in Costa Rica, Peru, Ecuador, the Dominican Republic, Indonesia, the Republic of Palau, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, the territories of Guam and American Samoa, the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, and in the state of Alaska. She holds a bachelor's degree in environmental biology from Beloit College and a master's and doctoral degrees in global nutrition from Cornell University. She conducted maternal child public health postdoctoral work at the School of Public Health at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where she also obtained a registered dietitian license. So welcome, Dr. Novotny. And Victor's also excited to listen and have you here today.
He hasn't heard me yet today. Great, thank you, Monica, and great to see so many of my Hawaii friends and colleagues here. And here are some of the issues others of you are working with. So today I'm going to focus on some of the newer material, particularly focused on women, infants, and toddlers, and then move us into some of the future directions of the dietary guidelines work. And as you've noted from Dr. Stang's presentation and Dr. Boucher's, we're making the distinction, and I'll be making the distinction between what's in the guidelines and what was in the report, so the DGA versus the DGAC, or the committee's work. And so again, I'll be focusing on women, particularly pregnant and lactating women, and I was part of that particular subcommittee work, and also the infant and toddler recommendations, and then research gaps and future policy and process needs as well. So just as a way of introduction, a summary of the DGA focal areas for women of reproductive age are around healthy weight, as there's been a little bit of discussion on already, and healthy dietary patterns. A newer thing in this cycle and related to some of the questions that were posed to the committee were the need to expose to allergenic foods, both in pregnancy and lactation, and the lack of evidence of harm for doing so. Identification of a need to consume more seafood, and this term is food and is a broad term encompassing a wide variety of fish, but and seafoods, but particularly those that are high in omega-3 fatty acids and low in methylmercury. You've heard a little bit of discussion on the alcohol work, but particularly for this age group, no alcohol, and continued attention to food safety. So to dive in a little bit deeper and building off of what has been discussed today, the committee really focused on and reaffirmed the value of 3 food patterns. And again, I appreciate, and I think the committee appreciated the fact that these patterns may not appear to be inclusive of all dietary patterns, but they do provide, what's new, I think, is the concept of patterning. And we can continue to talk about that, and the need to balance, to talk primarily in foods, but be aware of the nutrients involved, as the conversation has been today. So with a focus on foods, this is why we're called the Dietary Guidelines Committee as opposed to the Nutrition Guidelines Committee. But yet the underpinnings are looking at the nutrients that are of special concern for each group. And so with this group, the pregnancy group, some of the concerns in nutrients are choline, iron, vitamin D, and vitamin E. So plan A is to find foods that can help contribute those nutrients in the patterning. And these 3 patterns did do quite well with some concern for those nutrients and some concern for iron. And I'll go on to talk a little bit more about iron. Folic acid supplementation is affirmed to be important and something that really needs attention prior to pregnancy, and achieving healthy weight pre-pregnancy and weight gain during pregnancy within the NASEM recommendation. So that is according to pre-pregnancy weight. To summarize the lactation advice, again, a real identification of more seafood being valuable to achieving a variety of nutrient needs in the healthy pattern, and foods and beverages also that are good sources of choline, magnesium, protein, fiber, vitamins A, D, and E. Of course, as those of you who are nutritionists are familiar with, lactation is a high demand period of life, and so there is a little bit more room to add some potential foods. There was some work done looking at the prevalence of the use of iron supplements during lactation, often the same ones that are used during pregnancy. And those doses are really very high for a non-pregnant or for a non-menstruating woman and a non-pregnant woman, and actually in the level of being dangerous. And so really to discontinue prenatal high iron dose supplements unless the woman is diagnosed to have an iron deficiency, so unless medically indicated. Again, to include potentially allergenic foods in the diet, maintain a good diversity in the diet, try to limit during lactation, and no change to guidance on alcohol and caffeine. Moderation is the kind of language often used, and maintenance of healthy weight. So these are some of the analytic results from the committee's work, looking at different federal data sets that were available, and these come from the National Immunization Survey. And this accompanies the thinking about dietary patterns and how to incorporate human milk into those patterns. And so for this slide to look at what are the rates of breastfeeding and human milk intake. So the initiation being 83.8%, dropping to 57.3% at 6 months, and 36.2% at 12 months. So these rates have improved over time, but they are still not what we would like, much like the rest of the HEI and the dietary patterns. There's still lots of room for improvement. To exclusively breastfeed for the first 6 months would be the ideal, and continue on at least until 12 months. You can see that the exclusive rates are lower. So at 3 months, and Dr. Boucher was alluding to this in looking at the complementary feeding patterns, 47.5% exclusively breastfeeding at 3 months, and 25% on reaching 6 months. This varies by ethnic group, and I'm with many of you at wishing we had more ethnic data in all of our surveys. I think there's a lot of work to be done to reach more of a variety of more of a diversity of population in our national surveys, and that's what limits the data being presented here. But among these groups, you do see the highest rates of breastfeeding among the Asian, and the lowest among the Black at all of these time points. And then in exclusivity, similar, although there is a somewhat higher prevalence of the white population exclusively breastfeeding. And then some of the data on birth size. Again, to say, we're looking at the lifespan here, and so what's pregnancy, how are infants at birth, and how do they progress through life? And we see underweight or low birth size is relatively low now, 1.4% low weight for length, although a little bit higher rate of stunting or low length for age, weight for age being a more cumulative assessment. But you can see even at birth, 9% are high weight for length. So this is really why we need to be thinking of the whole life course and thinking about pregnancy and how babies are starting their life with respect to weight as well and diet. So this low birth weight rate actually increased some. Some of it was from among the very low birth weight group, especially increased among the non-Hispanic Black, and it actually is the highest it's been for a while. So this is a trend that definitely should be watched. And also for Hispanic mothers, some increase in the low birth weight rate. The rate stayed fairly constant among non-Hispanic white. And then now moving to the introduction of those complementary foods, or the first foods in addition to a milk, whether it be formula or breast milk. And you can see that 32% having started introduction before 4 months again, the recommendation now being between 4 to 6 months, and really, as you'll see, there's not much evidence of value of introducing before 6 months. There are some that are late introducing though, and that is also potentially of concern, that milk is not sufficient after 6 months. So now looking according to breastfeeding or human milk feeding and infant formula feeding at the time of introduction of complementary feeding, and you can see that the formula feeders are more likely to introduce complementary foods early, 41%, before 4 months, as compared to 18.5% for human milk feeders and the mixed feeders in between. This slide shows the intake of complementary foods across these young age groups, the amounts, which generally you would expect to slightly increase. But what is really of concern, as you've been hearing about the guidelines, is this solid fat or saturated fat category and the added sugar category, which is there's really very little room, and the recommendation is no room for added sugars under age 2, and the fat level is actually quite high too. So this is certainly a place to work, and would also contribute to the problem of excess calories. So for infants now, the breastfeeding advice again is exclusive breastfeeding, ideally for the first 6 months, and continued breastfeeding through the first year or longer as desired. With complementary food and beverage introduction after 4 months. And again, data was examined on different growth patterns and other outcomes at introducing earlier, and there doesn't seem to be an advantage or a disadvantage to introducing earlier. So between 4 to 6 months, but not before 4. The first foods that are needed, or I should say the nutrients that are needed, and so foods that provide those nutrients are iron and zinc. So there's move towards earlier introduction of meats. It used to be much later, but during the 6 to 12 month period, meats or iron fortified infant cereal are good, some of the good first foods, and those polyunsaturated fatty acids, omega-3 fatty acids, and avoiding consumption of sugar-sweetened beverages before 2 years of age. So as I alluded to, one of the committees, I was on this committee, reviewed literature looking at introduction of potentially allergenic foods, and really found no evidence of looking at a wide variety of allergy outcomes, no evidence that it was not a good idea to introduce these foods early. In fact, it's more likely that some exposure, building up the antigens, is a good idea. And some of these same foods are good foods for providing, the eggs in particular, providing the choline and some of the needed fatty acids as well. So some of the foods that were looked at were fish, shellfish, cow milk, tree nuts, seeds, wheat, and soy, and not found to have adverse effects. As to iron supplementation of breastfed infants, it's long been debated about there's quite a body of research on absorption of iron among breastfed babies, which is quite good. But in terms of really looking at growth as an outcome, there also was moderate evidence that there might be actually slower growth with too much iron, and concern about absorption of other minerals, and also gastrointestinal effects for the baby, such as diarrhea, vomiting, and even a newer area of study, changes in the gut microflora. But after 6 months, a focus on iron is warranted. One of the big challenges in this work is the very little data on breast milk, the actual composition of breast milk that's available in the national data set, and that is a major initiative going forward. Basically, in the literature review analysis, there was no basis found for excess supplementation of vitamin D above 400 international units per day. And this is also an area for further investigation. Certainly much of the U.S. Vitamin D supplementation is a good idea. For those of us in Hawaii, a little bit of sunlight may also help achieve that requirement. So there's a series of these figures in the report, and if you are interested, I encourage you to look at them because there's actually a lot of information here. These graphs, these radar graphs, display these patterns. And on this graph, we have different age groups in the different colors. And basically, if you had 100% HEI, the line would be out here at the outer edge. But you can see by each food group the pattern in this radar graph. And some of the things to point out with our focus here on the children is children are achieving more than 70% of the maximum score for whole fruits, total protein foods, and dairy, but less than that for the others. So the children are the blue. So you see they're doing relatively well here. Here on the green beans, not so well. Well on the dairy, high on the protein, and okay on the seafood and plant proteins, but could go higher, and not so good on the recommended amounts of the fatty acids, refined grains, sodium, added sugars, saturated fats. Compared to children, young to middle-aged adults have higher scores in the additional components of total vegetables and green beans and seafood and plant protein. And those older than 19 have lower score in the dairy compared to the 2 to 19-year-olds, but high in many areas. And we saw that looking at that total HEI score. You can see where it's coming from in these radar graphs. Turning now to overweight and obesity, we've had a little bit of discussion. Clearly, this is something the committee struggled with a lot. Our mandate is really to provide guidance for the general population and not to be treating disease. However, to the reality that much of our population is overweight and obese, we are well aware of, and something we're continuing to talk about and provide recommendations as to how to handle this going forward. And certainly among the children, and these are our NHANES data, 2 to 14-year-olds, 41% are overweight or obese. So already going into adulthood overweight. And overweight is higher among the girls, while severe obesity is higher in the boys. Obesity and then severe obesity. But generally increasing with age. So we saw even the high birth weight, and then by was like at 9%, and then 14%, 2 to 5, and 21%, 12 to 19. The girls have increased, the boys have increased, the 2 to 5-year-olds, the 12 to 19-year-olds. There is this slight dip downwards in the 6 to 8, 11-year-olds. So these trends deserve following. We do see differences in segments of the population. So those generally with more education had lower prevalence of obesity, and those in more rural areas or non-metropolitan statistical areas, as the database calls those areas, had higher prevalence of obesity. So now I'd like to move to some next steps. So you heard about the process, and a number of processes have been changed over the years. But one of the things that we recommended that would continue to improve the process would be to start earlier. We do this every 5 years, and the committee doesn't typically start its work till about a year ahead. And admittedly, especially this last year, there's other work going on, developing the DGAs, implementing them, and even preparing, now with the public contribution to the questions being asked and so on. But basically to make it a more continuous process so that there would be more time available to work on more topics and basically work on more topics. Some of the areas that we'd like to see addressed that we were not provided the mandate to work on are diet and microbiome, diet and immune function, genetics and epigenetics, and influence on healthy diet, optimal diet for aging. There's a lack of data on diverse groups that we'd like to see much more data. I mean, we in Hawaii are very aware of not having any data being drawn in NHANES for Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islanders. There's also a dearth of data for Native Americans. In order, the mandate is to work with the federal database. So if you're not part of the federal database, then the groups don't get addressed, or the mandate has to be to have some special studies. Similarly, and as we talk about what those foods and guidelines look like, the foods aren't in the database and therefore don't get selected in those processes to create dietary patterns. So there's a lot of more targeted work that's needed to really be able to address our diverse population. We'd also like to see more effort to link different surveillance systems so that pregnant women and their children can be linked, and households can be linked to better understand dietary patterns across time and in different contexts, and infant feeding and their longer-term health outcomes. I mentioned the need for human milk composition data. There is a federal initiative to expand this work. The data in the database on the composition of human milk is very old and very sparse, and it has not been specifically collected to represent either the diversity of people, but even the diversity of the lactation process. So maternal diet, the full course of lactation, different, the composition of that milk, not only within a feed, but across time. We know it changes, but we just have a couple of values in the database. So this is a real limitation as we're trying to build out this birth to 24-month set of guidelines. And of course, this work needs to be hand in hand with the work on the dietary reference intake work, which is the work that sets the nutrient requirements and guidelines. If we had more data, we might refine all kinds of nutrient characteristics about that milk, which will be important in designing a dietary pattern for breastfeeding children or human milk-fed children. And of course, there are many groups doing this work around the world, but in particular, it would be useful to coordinate with the World Health Organization and harmonize our guidance amongst ourselves. Similarly, there's need to harmonize the federal sampling framework in order to be able to put data sets together. You know, if we got one kind of data from here and another kind of data from there, then we're not going to be able to put them together. So in terms of the age groupings and life stages, another useful initiative would be to provide more biomarker data on at least a subset, particularly for some of those nutrients where we need more data on, that we're not, we don't have the evidence base we'd like to have, and iodine and zinc are two key ones for infants and young children. I think as a group, as a nutrition community, we've really only begun through this dietary guidelines committee to really think about how to present the patterns by milk source. The patterns of the breastfed, human milk-fed babies and the formula-fed babies are quite different. And so grappling with how to present those dietary patterns. So, of course, all of this is talking loosely about improving our diet assessment methods. And as has been described a little bit by Dr. Boucher, the need to develop some type of diet score, such as the HEI, for this birth to 24-month age group. And then from a process point of view, too, our process of systematic review didn't take that step that could be taken and that we recommend be taken of going into a meta-analysis. So not only synthesizing and summarizing the data, but actually quantitatively calculating outcomes of those reviews in a meta-analysis. And so, as has sort of been alluded to, this will require collaboration across government. So to move to not only the dietary guidelines focusing on the general healthy population, but really some type of collaboration to also provide those dietary guidelines for diet-related chronic disease conditions. There's been a lot of conversation about system science approaches. There's been some conversation even here about the broader food system needed to support this, and not only the food system, other systems, the healthcare system, all kinds of ways that people approach what they eat that influence what they eat. So socioeconomic factors, food security factors, food access factors, availability, cost, and more. And then finally, and relatedly, in addition to collaboration across government, collaboration across professional groups, even within our nutrition community, we have different recommendations coming out of our different professional groups. And this is just one example. We haven't settled down on a recommendation for macronutrient intake. There's, as you know, lots of interest in low carbohydrate diets, and there are bodies of research, but different professional groups have landed differently on that. So that is one area this particular topic, macronutrient intakes, but there are many where some strategy to encourage harmonization across professional groups. So with that, I'm not sure, Monica, what you'd like to do, take a few questions now or break into groups, but thank you very much.
Greetings, thank you, Dr. Novotny. I think for now, what we'll do is we can, we'll open up the breakout rooms. And so we have about 20 minutes left total for the day. So we'll do a 15-minute breakout room, and then we'll have a 5-minute share back. So maybe a little bit briefer share back, and then we'll continue on. And so the theme, the highlight of our share back or the discussion for this last breakout room can be found on the 4th frame of your Jamboard. And so we're focusing really on, you know, starting to think about implementing. So we've talked a little bit about what changes might need to happen, strategies, and now really thinking about what's a next step you might be able to take to implement one or more of what was discussed today. So we'll have 15 minutes in the breakout rooms. The Google Doc with all the Jamboard links is in the chat, and I think Dina will be teleporting everybody now. Thank you, Dr. Novotny. Victor.
I saw that you can't sometimes tell because people are in a group, but then they don't join. So it's, yeah, thanks for doing that. So we'll just do a quick wrap up, yeah, here and then Sandy.
Everyone back. Thank you all. I hope you guys enjoyed your last breakout room discussion today. So if you in the group chat or in the chat here, if you just want to drop a highlight of your last discussion or something, we're just kind of wrap it up. And I guess we have a few minutes, 4 minutes before we have Sandy Perkins share some updates. So if there are any questions, we still have both Dr. Boucher and Dr. Novotny here. What burning questions did you come up with in your group, or things that you can either share in the chat or share out loud together here?
We do have some chat questions.
Oh, great.
So I just wanted to share those. So there's a comment from Chris from Washington. Love the recommendation to make the review of scientific evidence a more continuous process. Would you see this as something embedded at HHS or USDA or another agency?
Yeah, so well, as you may have caught, the dietary guidelines now are a collaboration between the two agencies, and then every other year it goes from one to the other. I think, in general, and taking into consideration some of the other recommendations, we certainly are looking for the agencies to collaborate. So, I think it could continue to do that. For some of this food, and it's possible that parts of it be distributed for a year or so. We actually didn't get to that level of conversation, but my own thoughts are maybe some of the food modeling work would make sense to do at USDA, and maybe some of the things towards linkage with chronic disease conditions could be at NIH, but I think we definitely want both agencies involved.
Yeah, and interesting, the food modeling as well as the systematic reviews, those are actually housed at USDA. So at least those will always be there. They're not going to move, but it's that overall coordination that goes back and forth, which I think is also very powerful, in that you have these two large agencies and then they have equal influence. And I think that's important in order to hit different audiences.
So we have 2 questions from Karen, it looks like. The first one that was posted was, what is a healthy protein? We couldn't find a definition in the DGs.
Did I say healthy protein? I think I'm not quite sure what the reference is there. Can you elaborate maybe on your question?
That was actually Christine's question.
Oh, oops.
Karen had a question before that and after.
Yes.
Hi, Rachel.
Hi.
This was because, how are you?
Nice to see you.
This is because we were looking to write testimony for the Double Up Bucks program that was going through the legislature, which essentially for people that receive SNAP, they can get double the value for buying fruits and vegetables. And somewhere along the way, healthy protein was added. And then it came back to Department of Health. What is the definition of a healthy protein? And we went to the dietary guidelines and we actually were not able to find a definition of what constitutes a healthy protein.
So I'm sorry, so who coined that term, healthy protein? Was that in the SNAP guidance or?
It was added to a piece of legislation saying that now you can spend money not only on fruits and vegetables, but healthy proteins. And then
But
it came
was
back
not
to
added
us.
by, yeah.
We don't
it was
know
not
actually who added it.
I
No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, Carol, you can also chime in. I don't think we've coined a healthy protein definition.
Well,
Healthy.
Well,
Go ahead.
it's worth it to kind of do a look-see. Maybe I'll open all those documents and see if I find that phrase. But you, Christine, you've already done that.
Yeah, and it's basically, we kind of just had to pull, fish, tofu, we took the things that normally a nutritionist would think of as being a healthy protein, but we couldn't actually find where it was spelled out. And we go to the dietary guidelines as being our, that's our Bible. So it was interesting.
To be constructive, maybe you could kind of come back with some of the protein-rich foods that were identified in a healthy dietary pattern. Call that out. But yeah, I think that's a shared predicament.
Yeah, it was very interesting. But I think really it comes down to, the things that normally as a nutritionist you think of as being healthy proteins, which are lean meats, lean sources of protein, not highly processed, low in sodium.
Yeah. Would be nice to get fish in there. I'll just
yes. Yes. Okay, thanks.
Right.
So we have Karen's question. Sorry about that. Question is, was there any discussion about the quality of our food supply and its impact on nutrients?
Very sort of side conversations. Again, remember, as was described by Jamie, we did not set the agenda. So our first meeting was kind of coming to a realization that there were a whole bunch of things we all had in mind that we weren't supposed to be working on. And so we talked about a lot of those things, and those kind of made their way into the research recommendations. And where we could, I think we pulled some of them in. But I am not remembering any specific discussion. An acknowledgement of the importance of the food system to support all this, and that somehow these guidelines need to, as we go through time, be presented in that context. But we didn't get into the nitty-gritty of highlighting, specific topics. Carol, is there anything in the food?
No, I actually, this is one of the big open questions still, is so much of this that is done in the dietary guidelines has connections with agriculture. And so this has been an issue over the years as to how do we involve agriculture. And the dilemma is, it's a positive thing. The dietary guidelines are set in law. And it's a complete blessing. It's kind of unbelievable that even happened. So there is, concern that once you start plucking that away, then you could lose it. Because we've all seen things get lost that at one point were passed by the government. But there are a number of organizations that are trying to figure out how they can do a counterpart with agriculture. So you bring up exactly what we should be thinking about in the future.
Thank you. We had a question from Suzanne, and it looked like some other people have the same question as well. I believe it was on one of the last slides. The question is, what does 30 to 60% macronutrient mean. I believe this was on the a slide talking about gestational diabetes.
Right. So we have dietary guidelines, or we have what we call acceptable macronutrient ranges. And so macronutrients being the protein, the fat, and the carbohydrate that provide the calories. And our guidance is in these ranges. And so there's a range. You could pick high on the range or low on the range, and some people would argue lower on the range, particularly for carbohydrate.
And that's where, this is where they can.
Yeah, it comes from the dietary reference intake, so that gets back to sort of those nutrient side of the house. But of course, you know, these are the underpinnings, and this is what's really complex about the work we do. These are the underpinnings of those the HEI, the food patterns. You know, considering these ranges, but landing on the foods and the food intake so that we can talk in food. But nonetheless, that underpinning has different recommendations from different professional groups. And so they are not all the same, and they are not necessarily aligned with the DRI, the dietary reference intakes. So that the point was that's confusing, and you know, people are getting different messages, you know, maybe from their obstetrician, then from their dietitian, and from the website, you know. So that was we don't have a specific number to recommend. It's still an open area of research, other than the range that's in the DRI is what I think our committee would probably land on for now.
Okay, well, thanks Alia for helping us with those questions. Victor's very excited about all of this as well. There's a couple questions we couldn't get to, so we'll make sure to get some answers around. And I'll open the floor for Sandy. Thank you guys all. Thank you everybody for Dr. Novotny and Carol for everything.
Aloha, bye.
That's good.
All right. Hello, everybody, and I'm excited to be your last presenter of today. I'm Sandy Perkins, a public health nutritionist and a consultant with the Association of State Public Health Nutritionists, or ASPHN. We do enunciate each letter and don't try to say the acronym, just so you know that. It's a nonprofit membership organization that works, get the slides to work, that with the mission to strengthen nutrition policy programs and environments for all people through development of public health nutrition leaders and collective actions of our members nationwide. There are 5 goals, which I don't believe you could possibly read by looking at that little slide. And I want to spend the time on projects and not goals. There are a lot of ASPHN funded programs and projects. I smushed them all onto this one slide, and I have picked ones that I think are particularly interesting or relevant to you. But if you wanted to look at this slide and ask about other things, we certainly could talk about them. First and foremost is every year we have an annual meeting. This year it will be virtually June 14th through the 16th. The website is the draft agenda is on our website. Registration is not open yet. I just put the link to the draft agenda into the text chat box so you can look at it. The first 3 days will focus on a series of informational and collaborative sessions. The final 2 days will be filled with the opportunity to interact with the presenters of the pre-recorded poster sessions. The poster sessions are still, the call for poster sessions is still up and on that same website if a student would like to show a poster session, or anyone would like to have a poster session. You don't need to be a student. The next campaign that I wanted to highlight is Clean Away COVID. Clean Away COVID, and I'm putting the link to our Clean Away COVID website there. ASPHN was asked to develop an education and social media campaign for WIC families and staff to teach safe cleaning and proper disinfectant practices in the home. ASPHN was requested to do this because we actually had a reach into WIC staff. And the focus of this program and the request was safe disinfectant use in food prep areas and eating surfaces. And it was a response to a spike in food poisoning and an increase in potential exposure, not food poisoning, disinfectant poisoning for kids, and an increase in exposure at the start of the COVID pandemic. The pilot was launched in 2020, December 2020, and launched nationally in February. And we are really delighted to announce that just really recently, the Pediatric Environmental Health Specialty Unit, or PESUS, a network has endorsed the Clean Away COVID campaign. And the PESUS program is a leading national source of medical information and consultative advice for experts on environmental conditions, with emphasis on exposure to hazardous substances in the environment. And they influence the human health throughout. So it is really excited that we have the endorsement of a national organization on it, and it is available. While originally targeting WIC families, it really has really good information on how to clean away COVID using soap and water and not too many poisonous things, and keeping your food prep areas clean but not disinfected. One of the funding sources ASPHN has is a contract with MCHB. And the items, I forgot to do something here. The items that are produced with underneath that contract are MCHB property, which has the link of not being able to get them posted or readily available. So the first thing was in 2018 and 19, ASPHN produced under that contract a success story on tailoring nutrition services for culturally appropriate items. And I thought I could stick a document in the chat. How come I can't? I was going to link it in the document in the chat. Anyway, it's on tailoring nutrition services for cultural toolkit for Iowa staff. I wanted to share the document with you because it isn't posted anywhere, and it's a really good story about how Iowa created cultural toolkits for the main cultures that live in Iowa that talk about the food to help the WIC counselors tailor their counseling, food package advice, and nutrition advice to the different cultures that live within the community. I will work on figuring out how to chat the PDFs to you. Also in 2019, there's a success story on healthy eating and physical activity in early care and education, focusing in on a rural child care provider in Ohio. There's a brief on identifying evidence-based and evidence-informed nutrition interventions to advance maternal health in Title V Maternal Health Nutrition Services Program. And I can post that brief in the chat because it's got a link. And but it talks about how to use the various search, the SNAP-Ed toolkit, the other toolkits that are out there to actually look for and find evidence-based or evidence-informed nutrition interventions within different areas and other items of that sort. there are 2 informational products that are out there that are really good, also PDFs. One is an informational products on resources for addressing nutrition in Title V needs assessment, which I know you've just finished the needs assessments and are now working on other things, but it has some great tips and other advice for putting it out there. There's one of them that's geared towards state Title V programs. And the same one is geared towards public health nutritionists with ideas and suggestions of how to connect better and work better with their state Title V programs. The exciting thing about them, and you can't see from that little clip, is both of those are MCHB branded informational products that are out there saying Title V directors, look and include nutrition in your needs assessment, and public health nutrition, find your Title V directors and get involved in the needs assessment. We also host a lot of various different training webinars. I just put 2 of them there, and I just realized there's a typo on there, sorry. So the first training webinar on there will be April 21st, not April 25th, and it will be on early life stress and childhood obesity risk by Allison Miller. And then in July, we'll be having the ABCs of Trauma-Informed Care by Jacqueline Bowles. So those are 2 webinars that I thought would be really of interest to the people. If you're not an ASPHN member, you can join on the website, or just let me know and we can get you invitation to those webinars. I wanted to spend a little bit of time on the Children's Healthy Weight State Capacity Building Program. This is a new 5-year cooperative agreement ASPHN has with the Maternal and Child Health Bureau. And the vision of this is good health and optimal nutrition for women of childbearing age, of course, but what we're doing is working with 3 state Title V programs to help build their capacity to integrate nutrition both within the workforce, in data, and in program administration. So there's 3 arms. Our goal is to build 3 models that can be replicated to other state Title V programs. So the 3 states we're working with are Oregon, Wisconsin, and North Dakota. We picked them because they were very different in how they integrate nutrition or work with nutrition. At the time we picked them, Oregon had a one half FTE nutritionist within their Title V program. She's been bumped up to a full. Wisconsin has no nutrition in their Title V program, and North Dakota had a full-time nutritionist in their program, but she only worked in breastfeeding. So we're working on expanding where they work, how they work, and looking at the data to support better nutrition within Title V programs in models that could be replicated elsewhere. Another project of ASPHN is the Learn the Signs Act Early program, working with WIC agencies in I don't know how many states because I can't count that fast. This year we've gone virtually. So we're working, Learn the Signs Act Early is a program to help parents look at a developmental milestone and identify if their children are meeting their developmental milestones or not, and working to refer and what to do and how to assess their child's developmental milestones and how to get help if they need it. This year we've been working, as you can imagine, going totally virtual, and have developed online learning modules for WIC Health with wicchealth.org, which will be coming, all 3 of them. So WIC Health, WIC Shopper, those will be a bit on the WIC Shopper app. There's 2 other applications, not wicchealth.org, that I'm losing my mind on right now and can't remember, and so they'll be available through the online learning. That means I got 5 minutes left. So I keep going, I almost made it. So that's a one to look for. Plus, we also are working on developing a virtual childhood development 101 training for WIC staff, focusing on certifiers and CPAs. I always like to mention we have a health equity internship program, which currently about 30 interns are placed in local and state organization focusing on cardiovascular disease. The students are in minority serving institution, and they focus on cardiovascular disease risk reduction, education, and themselves. The remaining about the, well, the numbers can't see, but the fall semester application deadline is June 30th. So if you're interested in looking this up, it's on our website. I forgot to stick it in an easy place to click, but keep looking on that and looking for the fall semester applications if you have interest in participating. We also have a website, seeitsayitshare.org, which provides sound bites and talking about the value of public health nutrition. But the reason I brought it up is because this website also contains the Public Health Nutrition Hall of Fame, which is a list highlighting innovative work of ASPHN members. It is members only, but we have a lot of different members and a lot of different works to highlight. You can go there and see and find other innovative things to do. But also there is a place, if you go look, it says apply here, right here. And that's where you can apply to nominate yourself and brag about what you've been doing or what your friends have been doing that is such good work, so that we can highlight that work as well. There, we have a nutrition competency website that's publichealthnutrition.org that has a lot of interesting links to various different programs and competencies on nutrition of the various different ones. And finally, my last slide, if you need more information, contact asphn.org, or my email address is on the slide. And I will get those documents to Dina and she will get them out to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandy. So you guys made it, right? You made it to the end of the day. Give yourselves a huge round of applause. That was a lot of information. You're still standing or sitting or something. So congratulations, that's phenomenal. I know it's probably a lot to take in. I wanted to ask you guys, just before we leave, we'll give a, tomorrow we'll be talking about food security, food systems, and food sovereignty. And so a lot of really phenomenal speakers tomorrow. Kristen Harris will be leading us in that. But just before we go, I'd love to hear from you briefly. What was your takeaway from today? What were your major learnings, insights? Did you meet someone new? You can shout it out or chat it out, but I'd love to hear from you guys, just to hear kind of what was received on your end and what you'll walk away with today before we go. Yes, and thank you, Sandy. There's so much that you have to share. I know we squished you in at the end of the day, but thank you for sharing all the amazing things that ASPHN is doing and all the opportunities it offers all of your membership and our trainees. So I see here wonderful presentations. Enjoyed the experiences with developing the DGAs. And love talking with new people in the breakout groups I hadn't met before. Wonderful. Thanks, Chris and Christine. Appreciate hearing from Anna Rita in breakouts about work with tribal community and challenges. Yes. Thank you, Anna Rita, for sharing. Those are really important things for us to hear. And I hope we share more tomorrow and keep on building on these relationships. Really welcome you. Thank you for coming today. We're very happy to have you.
Thanks,
Anything
you
else?
guys.
Anything else you'd like to share? many thoughts about WIC, My Plate, and Indigenous health in our breakout groups today. Check out the My Native Plate. Yeah, we got that up. Thank you, Sandy, for sharing the link. And we also put it in our Instagram page. Please post and I'm so bad with the social media stuff. Alia, you can just type in the chat what we need to do. All of you know better than I do anyway, but that is a place for us to share and to continue our conversations. I'll just put out there a couple of things I noted besides those things. Seems like there's a groundswell here for a change to the WIC food package again. So, you know, refining that WIC food package so we can increase the availability of fresh fruits and vegetables. You know, some changing of maybe reducing juice or just offering the option that people can get more fresh fruits and vegetables. That would probably help a lot of people. Along the indigenous kind of resources, really, it seems like there's a need for us to develop or push USDA to include these resources, develop them and include them so that they can be used across our country to really improve the health of our indigenous populations. So we need to get that information written up and communicated in more detail, I think, and make that available. And along those lines, how we can do a better job of including marginalized populations in obtaining food resources. And we'll be talking a little bit more about that tomorrow in terms of food systems. Karen learned about several new resources related to dietary guidelines in all the ASPHN offerings. Thank you. And one other that I just wanted to point out, this was, I think, from Rachel at the very end, really appreciated her pointing out that it's important in our individual approaches to helping individuals that we actually continue to search for systems approaches to solving some of the wicked problems that we are up against. So looking to work together from, you know, Jamie today, Dr. Stang, about, you know, master gardeners, kind of bringing in maybe unfamiliar partners or things that people we don't think about, but really the more we can work cross-sectorally, the better we can have impact overall in our systems. Anything else before we sign off for today?
That was very well summarized. Thanks, Dina.
Yeah.
I liked that. Thank you.
All right, then we will, maybe end 2 minutes early. I know that's a treat. Woohoo! Really look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m. Pacific time, all the other different time zones, your time. It will be another action-packed day, and hope to hear from you again and talk with each other as we did today. So thank you and have a lovely afternoon, evening, etc. Thank you so much.
Thanks, you guys.